All right. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Okay. What's up? Wait. What the fuck? I don't know why my penguin is moving. Wait. He's not he's not supposed to be moving. Wait. Hold up. Um Oh, okay. I think I know what's up. Hold on. The fucking I've been trying to make my penguin move to my voice, but it seems like he's responding to the entire stream output. A bit awkward. Okay. Let's just see here. All right, little bro. Let's fix this. My penguin is he's not doing too hot. Okay, let's see here. Again, penguin pet. I'm just fixing some stuff here. You all don't worry. Okay, just a sec here. Get device caps. If dev contains zoom. Continue. Okay, let's just try this out. I'm just gonna rebuild this penguin pet thing. I don't know, it wasn't like connecting to my microphone correctly. Okay, build and run. A little bit of a janky start here, but that's okay. That's okay. Hello, wait. Fuck, it's not like it's not doing anything. I don't know why it's not registering anything. It's like wait, I mean I can see what devices it finds. Voice motion light is not set to an instance of an object. Okay. Microphone FX. Let's try that one. Wait, but I wonder, like, microphone FX. Sound. Input. Wavelength stream. Let's see. Microphone FX. Can I see something about that? Okay, I mean, wavelength. Okay. Give that a try. Build and run. Hey, okay, is it working? No, okay. Well, that's bullshit. Okay, I don't know. Uh, 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 uh. Wait, I'm just gonna try this and see if this works here. Does it also give an error? I think seems to be given an error, yes. If that equals by this. Can a string be null? That's interesting. I guess it is a pointer, technically. Okay, file, build and run. Okay, is it? Hey, based, it's working. Okay, sweet, sweet. Okay, so let's just jump into it. Penguin Heist. Oh, is it open already? Okay, yep. How is everyone doing today? Um, I did a little bit of tweaking with my setup. So now it responds to my voice, my little penguin. Not seeing what you're building. I just opened up the screen. I was hiding it for a while there. But yeah, you should be seeing stuff. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll just go into the scene and see how things are going. Just gonna double check here that the performance use is okay. Seems like it. Looks pretty good to me. Okay, sweet. All right. Yeah, so I mean the thing is I've been optimizing my CPU usage a bit. So the Penguin Pet, this stream overlay I have, it used to take up about 18% CPUs, which is insane. But I mean, at the same time, it's running like machine learning stuff in order to capture the landmarks. But yeah, I optimized it, so now we're getting about 10% CPU use. Oh, right. Sweet. Okay. Let's go into it. All right, I want to add another postcard here just for fun. Loadout planner. Wait, so is it like not loading at all then? Wait. Yeah, it is there. Weird. I mean, if I do single player, it should be... Wait until assigned clothes. Set assigned clothes. This one's never being called. Hey, what's up, CCM Dev? How are you doing? I am doing good. I haven't been working over the weekend, so... Trying to find where I... How long you been doing this project? 2 days. The clothing manager. That's the one, lobby player. Here. Hello, Lucas. Oh, you mean like the NPCs, as in like the walking NPCs? Yeah, that's been fixed since ages ago. Yeah, local avoidance is easy. It's them walking into the cars that I have yet to fix, but that's less so that I can't fix it. It's more so that it has to be performant, and you can't constantly carve out like I guess you could do local agent avoidance on the car somehow by adding like a significant enough area that they're supposed to simulate avoidance for. I guess that could work. Oh, this one was commented out. Guess he just changed that. How do you like my penguin bobbing and flailing his arms as I speak? Is it immersive? Does it feel like, wow, this penguin really knows what he's talking about? Yeah, exactly. It's like, whoa, yeah, he's spitting facts. Yeah, but you can see here that part of the issue is that as the cars spawn in, they sort of freak out and they will drive into each other. I can see you. Oh, awesome, Chetan. Like, what is this guy doing, for example? Help me! Help me! Yeah, so I have a bit more of a seamless transition right now, but I still need to fix quite a few things. I wonder here, like, fixed update is running enemy fixed update. I don't know if I can, like, shorten this, optimize that. Yeah, here it's... Yeah, I do. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. Post penguin copy. Post penguin copy. And we can add here for this because these run in Public. Yeah, because okay, so public, advanced or private, advanced AI vehicle. I don't know if start has. No. Start. Legally with get component. And we'll just do this. Cool. Is in vehicle. Parent. Advanced AI vehicle. If vehicle is true. There. How to do the stair stepping system? I don't need a stair stepping system. I just treat them as slopes. Why does America want Greenland? Because it's green. Go green. There we go. Sweet. And honestly, we should do the same for this. Like, we don't need to update the vehicle SFX if if the distance is too long. So let's just do that. There. There update here as well. There's update wheels. There. That should cut down by like 1 millisecond at least, so. Okay, let's think. Right, so we need to see here with the, because I changed this positioning AI control, base AI control. It's the physical AI car control, I think. But we can probably just change the, so in the traffic settings, I also have the physical here, which is, he wants to get there, I guess. Yeah, you'd think so. Look, I don't know if this guy is like on his... Like, is this his end? It could be that's his end. Let's see, we can change this. If the progress distance is greater than that, -4 maybe? Like, is that his target? Is what I'm wondering. Car controller. Doesn't matter. It's the advanced AI vehicle. Needs new path. Initialized. Let's think here. Isn't it like public void on draw, or like, oh, this is here, on draw gizmos, like if Right. Oh, finished. Progress. Needed. Wait, so the progress is 2017, but the needed is 26. Okay, so I mean, we are past the progress. Because I'm just debugging, it doesn't... It wasn't showing up, I forgot. Doesn't matter. I was like, I'm sure Unity has something like this, but it wasn't showing up in the autocomplete. But I guess, yeah, I was already using it. But yeah, this is allows me to click the car wherever, which is generally like when I click one of these cars, it generally selects the mesh and not the top level. But yeah, but it's not, I'm literally just debugging, I'm print debugging, so it's not really out of necessity that I'm doing this. But let's see here. Finished. But I mean, looped path is not true. I would assume. It's true by default. Okay. Well, we'll change that to false then. Oh, yeah, okay. It's Penguin GTA. I'm just using this partially shitty, partially amazing car asset. Which is why I even have to debug log like this in the first place, because I don't know exactly the inner workings of the asset, and I'm just trying to work around it best I can. Yeah, well, I mean that like you can find some amazing stuff on there, but I think the thing you have to consider is that when you're using stuff made by someone else, you're gonna run into the issue of not knowing the inner workings of said project, right? And as a result of that, I mean, people have different coding standards. People have different, ways of coding, different amounts of documentation. So, like, working with an asset, depending on how plug and play it is, and how much you need to leverage every feature of it, it more or less becomes like you'll have to do not just the part of the work that is understanding the asset, but also the part of the work that is sort of reverse engineering the asset in a way. This is a commercial project. But for me, the part I wanted from this asset was basically a reliable car controller that would drive well and have mesh deformation. And that was basically it, right? But it has some built-in AI pathing stuff that I tried to use, which ended up being kind of garbage for my purposes. I don't know how it is for racing. Maybe it's better for racing. But it's my sort of I mean, the problem with a GTA-like game is that it's so open-ended in the way that features are implemented. And I think that's also part of what scares away indie devs from pursuing something like a GTA game. Because, like, let's say the driving, right? If you're making a racing game, you can just have the car controller be the only controller you develop. But now you're making a GTA game, and all of a sudden the player is expected to be able to step out of the vehicle. That complicates things a lot because it changes the entire dynamic of the way that vehicles work. But then also you want to simulate traffic, right? So cars are supposed to drive nicely, take reasonable turns, and then also you want to simulate lots of these cars. But then also you want to have car physics and mesh deformation on these cars, and that further complicates things. But then also you want to end up in high-speed pursuits with police vehicles. So that means that the default behavior of cars is going to change a bit as well. But then also the kinds of paths that suit a non-physical kinematic approach of rendering paths might not suit necessarily the physical driving of the car. So that also further complicates things. And the list goes on and on and on of the things that sort of end up being quite difficult. Like this guy, I don't know what the heck this guy's problem is. And it's the same with the shooting, honestly. Like when you're making I don't know, Counter-Strike or something. Like let's say you're making Counter-Strike. The shooting is very, very confined as to what it can be. It's a tactical shooter, and that's it. But with a GTA style game, all of a sudden, I mean, it's like possibly player versus player, player versus police, maybe player versus other enemy AI. And it's sort of like open world, but it's also like goofy, but then you also want it to be like responsive when it needs to be, and it's like many things at once. It's sort of like every single feature is this, many-headed beast that can take on all kinds of shapes. And defining that down to like a neat packaged feature is near impossible. But I've always been the kind of developer who enjoys working like that. I'm not a gameplay loop first. Well, that's part of it. You know, that's part of it. It is, I mean, all Rockstar's games have become like increasing sizes of behemoths. Um and you look at like just the raw amount of assets and animations needed to get all the features working, but then also the back end code that's supposed to like integrate all these animations, assets, gameplay features, etc. into the world. And it's like, I don't even know where to begin to structure a project like that, and then to have it play out like this seamless movie experience. It's like mind-boggling, the amount of effort that goes into a project like that. Because like, yeah, I mean, you can play through Red Dead Redemption 2 and it can genuinely feel like a movie, right? Except in between the scenes, you get to follow the characters as they walk from location A to B, right? And it's like you can't even understate how amazing that is, that can even exist in the first place. And then that we're at a point now where that's sort of taken for granted, and people can even like take the piss out of Rockstar for like, oh, you won't let me leave the mission boundary, that's insane, why won't you let me do that? But it's like this is like the one of the most amazing things ever made in the gaming space, what they're able to achieve. It's like, I don't think anyone has the right to take the piss out of them for that. It's what they're able to achieve is insane, absolutely insane. I think we're understating, extremely understating the level of insanity needed to pursue the kind of stuff they're doing. That's not to say that like Red Dead Redemption 2 or GTA 5 or maybe even GTA 6 are like my favorite games. I'm not even sure I'll rank them in my like top 5. I don't think so. But purely on like a technical level, whew, crazy. Hello, Gaming Bliss. What's up? So this guy here, I think this is his end path. How do we... Request new path is called... Dude, I hate how it's like so... Yeah, it's the advanced waypoint here. Advanced waypoint. If distance squared to waypoint threshold, which is 1. Okay, I mean, that's a bit small, I guess. So if we set this to like 2... private const float waypoint threshold, and we call it 2f, then we should probably see a bit nicer. Yep, that was it. Sweet. But yeah, I mean, we're simulating like 100 cars now, and we're still getting like decent FPS. There's 100 cars driving around the world right now. 100 cars. Plus another 100 or so NPCs being simulated. I mean, we're not getting star, you know, cream of the crop FPS. We're running on 30, but, you know, I'm streaming as well, so make of that what you will. But at least now... Cars, I mean, this guy crashes, I guess. I don't know, they're like a bit too happy to turn, I think. Well, occlusion culling is not really going to optimize much with regards to what's going on here. Because we're simulating too much logic at once for that to be like significant. See, that's weird. Sometimes the vehicles just stop. Oh. Ay, 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 ay. Well, okay, let's cut down on the amount of cars. And I think we'll work on the career spin for win. Yes. Cut down on the amount of cars. I don't think we need to simulate 100 cars just yet. Like the thing is, you have to consider in like GTA San Andreas driving. Like look at San Andreas. And when they're just driving around the city, look at how short the render distance is for when cars come in and out of view. Okay, I don't. Okay, San Andreas driving here. So look at like how short the render distance is. Because that's what really makes San Andreas feel alive, is the fact that as you're driving around, you get this sense that there are a lot of cars around. But the thing is that cars pop in and out of view like 10 meters away or something. You see, there's no cars around right now. It's just this guy. He's turned into him. But man, this is a beautiful map though. Like this looks really nice. A really nice looking map. Some extreme hills though. But I think you can see probably... Yeah, so over there you can see the car sort of fading into existence. Like he wasn't there before and then he just appears. So it was that like 30 meters away or something? When cars start to appear? Yeah, new animations. We got a little bit of new animations. But this helps, you know, San Andreas feel alive, but I guess, you know, the problem is I can't really do that. I mean, I could. I guess I could. It's not entirely obvious to me how. I don't want to have this short of a render distance though. But man, this game is like packed to the brim with stuff. It's like just a lot of cool things to look at. There's so much verticality. Back at it again with another live stream. Yes. Yeah, I mean, this is... Man. I mean, this is such an old game, but still, I mean... Of course, this is the definitive edition, right? But like, in terms of amount of asset variety, it is quite impressive. Quite impressive. I think for sure. But I think it's the verticality that's the most impressive part. In my opinion. Verticality has to be. I mean, I also love how in San Andreas, how bouncy the cars are. I think that might be, for me, the defining feature of the driving. Just how bouncy and how much suspension there is on those cars. Oh shit, look out for the popo. Yeah, I mean, it's a really impressive game. I mean, when did this come out? Was it like 2004 or something? 2005? San Andreas release date. 2004, yeah. Like, it's really... I don't know. And this, like, the just the reaction from, like, the NPCs and stuff. I mean, it is... It is extremely impressive. I'm gonna try, Mega. I'm gonna try to make it... That's just the way cars are. I don't think cars are that bouncy. If you look at GTA 5, there is a significant drop in bounce. And then Hello Neighbor came in with Freddy's and Kevin's in almost every object. Freddy's and Kevin's. Is this a reference, or am I not supposed to understand that? Nouns? In every object? I don't understand. Someone translate. I'm not woke enough. Freddy's and Kevin's in almost every object. Hello Neighbor. It's like a riddle. It's like the New York Times crossword be like, Hello Neighbor introduced Freddy's and Kevin's into what? It's more fun when the cars bounce. That's what I'm saying. I think it's nicer. And then you had like, okay, like bouncing cars. GTA 4 took it to like the next level though. Like the amount of, it was like driving on soap. But there was like, there was this, you know, I think GTA 5 took the driving and made it like, I don't know, it like ripped out all the personality. It's like, let's make this as arcadey as possible so that cars are easy to drive, so that like the sort of plebs will be able to drive them in online multiplayer. But GTA 4 was like, we're going to make these cars hard as hell to drive. They're going to slip around on the roads like soap, and they're going to be bouncy as hell. It's going to be the most infuriating game to drive in. I think in terms of driving quality, San Andreas hit the sweet spot, in my opinion. But GTA 4 has like this insane amount of personality. Like the helicopters, the fact that you can actually like turn them on their head. You can't even do that you can't even do that in GTA 5. You can't even turn the helicopters upside down because they're like, oh, it's too difficult for the players to fly the helicopter. Wah, wah, wah. You know? Kevin, an enemy, became non-hostile. Freddy, object that breaks the game. Wait, but I don't understand. What is the context of the Kevin and Fred? Can you explain to me, Mega? Can you explain to me? Translate, please. Has to do with woke, probably. Does it have to do with woke? Can you explain Ionut Lungu? This game map has improved a lot. Yeah, that's what people are saying. That's what people are saying. The games became too unserious with items breaking the laws of physics. As in, okay, so is he saying, I was saying that the driving in GTA San Andreas was good because the cars were bouncing, and his point being that in Hello Neighbor you can break the game with items. Because it's sort of giving, speaking of anchovies, I once had a peanut butter sandwich. And it's like, where does the anchovies come into the picture? Well, my grandma liked anchovies, and she also happened to make me peanut butter sandwiches. So, that's what it's giving. I'm very confused. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm very confused. But this video has explanations of these video game terms. Well, even with the explanation of the terms, I still don't understand. I still don't understand, even with the explanation of the terms. Does that make sense? I'm not confused about the terms anymore. I understand the terms. I understand that it's from, Hello Neighbor. But how does it relate to bouncy driving cars? Is my question. Okay, let's see. Huge sorting folder. We have this folder called huge sorting folder, but really what it is it's a folder where we dump in shit that we're never gonna sort. Honestly though, maybe this is a job for AI. I'm sure there's some AI agent that would sort through. Wait, is this simple lit? Yeah. That would sort through files. I'm sure there's like some AI agent that could do that. I could probably ask it to like sort through textures based on name and like group them up. That would probably be pretty sweet. Okay, so your point, okay, I see it now. Your point being that games used to be polished, but now they're not. Well, I'm still saying that, you know, the GTA games of modern time are still very much polished. Or there we go. Hello Neighbor is an unfinished game that sold as full release. Someone should tell the developer that his game was unfinished. Maybe he forgot to finish it. I feel bad for the guy. Maybe he didn't know. Oh, it's the wrong in it. Tiny Build knows it too. Who is Tiny Build? GameDev name dropping every single developer. Hello Neighbor devs. Ah. I like Hello Neighbor Matt Pat tweets. I like this one. This one's a classic. I believe MatPat is going to enjoy this. I think MatPat will enjoy dissecting this frame by frame. Yes, MatPat, you should totally reply to my DM. Oh, man. Hey, what do you think about this loading screen, Mega? Check this out. Check this out. We got the loading screen. Check this out. Robber Tacos in Penguin Springs? Keep in mind, this is a temporary loading screen. I'm not actually gonna have this loading screen for like the finished game. But yeah. Please add Seal Family. Yeah. Maybe we should add a taco truck career. Robber Island career path where you can start as a hooker and work your way up to drug driver or stripper, penguin stripper at the Robber Island. You can work your way up to become a manager of the robber casino. You have to do like lap dances for the visiting penguins. And then you get graded based on how well you dance. Now that would be epic. Robber didn't kill himself. Yep, that's true. That's true. I think we should change our fit. I don't want to be Metal Gear Penguin anymore. Yep. I don't know if I like. Maybe I just want to wear this. You know, we're going Mr. Penguin. Drip so fresh. Yeah, thank you. Will this game have the hot coffee minigame from GTA San Andreas? Well, that's what I'm talking about with Robber Island, you know? So you take the boat to Robber Island, and in order to get the boat, of course, you have to go into the sewers where you can get in contact with one of Penguin Robber's clients. And then once you get in contact with him, you can buy an express ticket to Robber Island, where you can then apply to become a dancer at the island, where you can then do penguin stripping. The new update should be out quite soon, actually. We have all the stuff in place. We're just doing a bunch of playtesting right now. So it's essentially, you know, I would say Could be out this week. We've been doing a lot of playtesting. You can even start that career as a child. Well, on the record, I'm going to say that's not possible. I just have to say that on the record. Okay, so will the map be bigger than this? This is just a testing level, so yeah, it's going to be bigger than this. It's going to be significantly bigger. Because basically what we want is we want like a really strong city center, which is going to be slightly bigger than this probably. That's going to be like, you know, the real metropolis, so to speak. Where are all the cars, by the way? Oh. Trying to shoot. Oh, right, yeah, because you can't shoot the car if it's not physically active, can you? Yeah, try to get to me, bitch. Sucks to be you, copper. Ah! The car is still going! No polar bears, but that's, you know, for good reason. But yeah, then sort of beyond that, we want to have like a sizable, you know, size of the island, because I think it's a shame when a GTA like has a map that's so small that it barely warrants the use of vehicles. Like if cars become irrelevant, then you don't feel like you earned anything by getting a car. So we want it to be like sizable enough where it actually matters that you own a car. And following that, we want to have like some smaller settlements spread out. So sort of like, you know, this situation here where it's like a smaller one, and maybe like in certain specific areas you can buy certain specific things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to buy in like the metropolis, right? And I feel like that's quite important. But I think overall... Oh, shit. Overall, I would say that we're not trying to go too big. We don't want to go GTA 5 size, right? But we also don't want to go like Gary's Mod roleplay size, which is like ridiculously tiny, and owning a car in a Gary's Mod server is like laughable because it's like, where are you driving? Nowhere. I just want to try to drive into another car. What? Yeah, it's because it's changing the Club Penguin map size. Well, Club Penguin is kind of tiny if you think about it. GTA 4 map size? I don't know about that. It's like, we're gonna see what feels good. I think I don't want it to be so big that you don't run into other players. I feel like that's a necessary part of any sort of roleplay experience or like life simulator online multiplayer thing is actually running into other players. And if you make it too big, and I would say that GTA 4 might be too big for that reason. Ah, shit, bro. Ah, hell nah. I don't think this car is going anywhere, guys. I don't think it's going anywhere. Well, it's not roleplay in the sense that it's roleplay only. It's a game that supports roleplay, right? But it's not really in the way that it's like the game isn't built around roleplay. Roleplay is a side effect of the way that the game is designed, which is surrounded by career paths and jobs, right? So like the way in which you live in the city is already roleplay oriented, even in single player, which is why it's a bit different from the traditional role-playing games that would have you how would you say, traditional role-playing games would more assume that you're acting out the role as opposed to actively participating in the role. Does that make sense? There's no play pretend here. It's a role play without the act of pretending. Well, it's not LARPing. LARPing and role playing, I think, are one and the same. You're allowed to role play. Everyone's allowed to role play. Even other fantasies beyond just being a penguin working. You know, you can role play whatever you want in this game. Because there are beds and there are cameras and there are research tables, but I won't go into more detail than that. However, the way that the game presents itself is as this sort of live your life situation. Whereas like LARPing and role-playing, to me, it's like those games are delivered without the features necessary to make the game fun. They just provide like a bare bones platform that's good enough to make players be able to do random shit, like act out scenarios. But here there's no acting. When you're a criminal, you're actually a criminal. When you're a taxi driver, you're actually a taxi driver. You don't have to drive up to a person and play pretend like, get into my cab and I'll pay you and you pay me $100 when I get you to your location. It's like you're not playing pretend, you're actually doing it with like NPCs around the world. You're actually a taxi driver. Hey, appreciate it, Cast Killer. I mean, that experience can be fun, but it's, to me, that's not the kind of game I want to make. I want to make, yeah, like a GTA like. That's why I say it's like GTA, because GTA doesn't assume other players. It already has a simulation of a world. But I digress. What we need now is we have the job UIs and the, let's see here, store. I don't know what this stuff is being shown for. Yeah, okay. Bob the Builder map size. Yeah, that's the map size we're going for with this game for sure. Bob the Builder. I love Bob the Builder. The map in Bob the Builder is so good. Masterclass in map design. Bob the Builder. Okay, is the store canvas here? It is. Okay. Wheat. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Kevin James. Damn, bro. Got Kevin James in chat. So this is career UI. Cool as fuck, bro. Thanks, bro. Yeah, bro. What's up? What's up, bro? Okay. We don't need that. I guess maybe. I wonder, should we... What game is this, by the way? This is Penguin Springs, Penguin GTA. You're familiar? I'm sure you've heard of it. Anyway, should we unify? So, like, B, when you press B, should that also bring up... the option? So, like, are you still here, Mega? Because this... I need your opinion here. When you press B, which is bring up your bag... Is that the same menu you should bring up to check your, like, career advancements and see, like, you know, what progress have you made on your careers? So, like, you know, just like in Penguinized, you press M to bring up the map and also, like, find blueprints and stuff. Should B contain, like, career progress and stuff? As, like, a submenu? Because, I mean, we could have, like, little submenu tabs sticking up here. Ah, sweet, Kevin James. How long have you been working on this, Progress? Yeah, I was thinking, like, you know, you open up the bag and then this would be, like, the UI container for a bunch of stuff. I don't know how other games do it. Like, what makes sense? Because my thought is, like, call me pirate software or don't, but my thought goes, like, you'd have, like, slots showcasing your careers, and then it's like, you know, keeps going here. There's like a scrolling list or whatever. You have, like, the name of the career, and then, like, the experience, and then need for what's it called? Promotion. Got a dip? Oh yeah, okay. And you'd have, like, yeah, some sort of skill bar essentially, which is showing like this is how far you've come in your career, and then this is what you need for a promotion, which could be like, you know, if you need like a driver's license, or you need maybe, I don't know, like a car, you know, driver's license, gun license, whatever. And then when you have this full and you have this full, and then you have like the level of the career you're in as well. And that would be your career window where you can get like insight into your standing in the separate jobs. Is this making sense? Because if you imagine like the careers you pick up are essentially items in an inventory. And as you do stuff in these careers, you level up in those skills. And you get promotions, and you have like a whatever, you know? I think that could work. I think it could work. What happened to the Payday collab? It's essentially fell through. They were more interested in publishing us than they were in making a collab, and from my perspective, publishing was not really on the table at the moment. We didn't really have any milestones in sight, and I didn't want to sit down and write a contract for a publishing deal without that sort of clear to myself.
Your reflection tells a story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never lies. Arr.
But I have their DMs, so I can flex. But I don't know. It's like, is this enough information for the careers? I think, you know, you gather them up. They're like skills. You level them up. And then, you know, because I imagine like the backpack, if the backpack contains all your items, it would also contain all your relevant documents. And if we're thinking of it, you know, because I like to think of UI as not existing in some separate space from the player, right? I like to imagine that the stuff you're doing has a place in the world. And so the bag is a reasonable thing that has a place in the world. Even though you don't physically see a backpack, you open it up. Like in Minecraft, what's your inventory? Well, it's, you don't even know what your inventory is. And then they have now like satchels and bags you can hold as well. So it's sort of like, this to me is like grounded in something. But of course, I don't want to force the players to wear a freaking backpack cosmetic all the time. It's going to be available for Linux, yeah. $10 for Penguin Springs. But if you already own Penguin Heist, only $2. Yeah, okay, so I can work with this. So let's see here. So we have the bag. Steal of a deal, yes. So I think we can do this. We can create an empty parent bag. Oh, right. No. Okay. Inventory. And this is the bag UI. And then we can make the career UI, which is going to be basically the same, except we switch out. Fuck hello neighbor. Fuck hello neighbor. I hate hello neighbor. If I could kill the neighbor who says hello to me, I would. Oh, I wonder if there's like briefcase icon. Ooh, ah. Ooh, ah. Beefcase. I mean, it's just one way to do it. I mean, there's nothing that necessitates UI being 2D, and there's nothing that necessitates it being 3D. It's just you make it some certain way, and then that's how it ends up being. Mega, please draw me a briefcase UI icon that's supposed to represent a work icon. This is me prompting my AI, by the way. My AI is called Mega. Mega AI. I'll just use a different briefcase. Briefcase icon tune. Yeah, looking like this. Something looking like this. You know, in the style of this, but like, you know, in the style of this bag. I think this is from Wiki. This is free travel icons. That could be something. Yeah, this is good. I'll just use this for now. Attribution required. I mean, this is for testing. I'm not gonna ship with this, so I'll just use this for now, and then I'll replace it with the Mega version. This. Colors, saturation. I guess probably done with this thing already. Do this for naught. Okay, so in the career UI, I imagine that you'd have a grid, not necessarily in this. Let's see here. We'll call this the career slot. Oh, I like the. I'm thinking, actually, what we could do. So we can use that one. I think that's the same one I have there. I'm gonna try something here. This might completely blow up in my face and look like garbage, but it looks so bad. I don't know. I need to get like a professional. Ooh, we got the briefcase, but I need it to be more gray so it separates in color from the backpack, you see, because this is the work. Gray as in corporate greed. Then we got ourselves a deal, Mega. This I can get into. I just need to use the same outline color here. I don't know if I should have like papers or something sticking out of it. I don't know. Does it look briefcasey enough? Do you think so? Does it look briefcasey enough? Because it's like, this bag is like freeform, flowy, you know, and this one's like square, you know, corporate job folders. This one's also a bit free flowy, which I'm wondering if that's gonna get across the fact that it feels like... Well, I'm wondering which one's the better placeholder. Because that fish is going to come in and replace it at some point. Like, this one feels so inorganic, which is bad. This one feels more organic, which is nice. We'll see. I'll try it with... work icon. Like, you search work and this shows up. Like, this is what people think of when they think work. This one looks more like a traveler's backpack in that regard. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to use the other one as placeholder. I'm sorry, Mega. Can't win them all. No. That's how it goes. It's a nice icon, though. I mean, the bag one was a huge win. That one looks amazing. Although I have been having people be like, why is it hand drawn? I'm like, guys, come on. Why can't a guy have a little fun with the UI? Yeah, I mean, you were quick, so I would expect that to be the case. Or you mean the bag was rushed, or this one was rushed? Well, I don't know. I don't mind this. I don't mind this part of the UI. It's fun. Although sliders are a bit tricky for me. Man, I don't even know. Um, the first thing about like CSS, like like I told you, I only did the one course of what you call it? Web dev. And I absolutely hated it. I'm scared what humane UI will do to me. Yeah, I mean, I know there are a lot of people who enjoy it, I guess, but sort of just there's something I feel I have a stigma with regards to web development because it feels like it's even more of a mess than any other area of software development. I guess, you know, CSS in vacuum is probably nice. I would assume. Oh, hell yeah, we got Big Chungus Robber. Thank you, Mega AI. Yeah, no, that's I was gonna make the comparison. I imagine it's probably similar to like, you know, Vim motions versus just using the fucking mouse. Um and I mean I know you know during the course it was nice to see like the live changes on the website, like you change the font or the size of the first character or you know all these things like gradients and just have them like appear instantly, and you know, that's cool. um but yeah, it's never, I don't know, I don't feel like I work with those kinds of UIs in general. Maybe that's the issue. I just don't do that level of UI design where I feel like that has ever been a thing for me. Like, sure, I work with like grids, but that's like the most advanced things I'll do. But I also, I don't know. Are there are people who think UI design is fun, right? Like, I'm not, that's the thing. Because that is not me. And I don't think becoming proficient in CSS would necessarily change that either. And welcome back, Freesec. Glad to have you here. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's anything in the realm of 2D I just don't care for. Whether it's like designing sprites or UI or textures, I just find that kind of boring. To me, it's more interesting with the 3D landscape. So it's like, yeah, all of UI is just a means to an end for me. I wonder how I can change this layout a bit. I have an idea. I'm gonna keep the animations. Yeah, we're gonna see. Progress is going well. Ionut or Lonut, Lonut. I don't know if it's an I or low nut. But yeah, I'm gonna keep the animations for now. I'm gonna make them more advanced. I set up this basically like frequency analysis to detect like emotions, but it sort of didn't go very well. I think I need to do a bit more fine tuning. I did it just this morning, which is why the stream was delayed, and also because I had to re-import a bunch of live maps. But yeah, it's analyzing the frequency of my microphone to detect like how excited I am, but it's supposed to like raise the arms a bit more when I'm like more, yeah. You see, they go up a little bit more when I'm higher pitched, but it's not perfect. And I want there to be a bit more motion in them. Like right now, they sort of bounce up and down, but we'll see if maybe I can have them like swimming side to side as well. Ionut. How do you create the 3D models for the game? I use Blender. Yeah. It's Blender all the way, dude. We're gonna have like that tacked on. Yeah, you know it's gonna be a lot of work experience required. Maybe it should be... Guess we can just do... Are you not overcomplicating the scope of the game with the whole careers thing? No, it's literally necessary for the scope of the game to have careers. Without it, the entire game falls flat. Like, that the concept of the game is essentially a life simulator. And the pitch is that you arrive in Penguin Springs with nothing but a rental contract for an apartment. That's it. And you have to figure out, how do you pay next month's rent? Do you go down a life of crime, or do you stick to the straight and narrow path and get a job? And for getting a job to remain interesting, there has to be a level of progression. And the only way to present a level of progression within the job space is through careers. Because otherwise it ends up being, you know, a Roblox game where you go and work for the pizzeria and you're just doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. And the only way that the game ends up being fun is if you play it multiplayer with friends who are able to provide some spice into the gameplay. But with the career system, there's actually a sense of like trajectory, progression, and motivation to like keep working a certain job. Otherwise it just falls flat. I just don't see any other way around it. So it's like the entire game hinges on there being careers. Otherwise it ends up either becoming like a boring, less interesting GTA clone, or it devolves into like this, you know, one in a million others role play game where the gameplay is undercooked because it sort of assumes that you'll be playing online with other players, and neither of those are interesting to me. No, but I mean, I wasn't trying to be done with the police feature either, so. A lot of the features in the game have to be worked on. I can't, like, what many games can do is they can create what's called like a vertical slice, where you can just finish a specific feature and then say, hey, this feature works now, it's good, it's done. But that doesn't really work in this game because all the systems are interacting. You know, if you imagine like Dwarf Fortress, not to compare myself to Dwarf Fortress because that game is insane on the levels of simulations it does, but you can't just implement, you know, I don't know, you can't just implement mining in Dwarf Fortress and say, hey, well, it's done now, because mining is so commingled with everything else that like figuring out when it's done is like impossible unless you set up all the other things. So it's, the entire game is moving forward as a monolith all at once, sort of. So like I'm done with the police for the moment, but like I could implement an actual chasing mechanic. I could implement more robust police behavior, like do you crash your car into the police and then they start chasing you? So it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's a broad question whether or not I'm done. I don't know if I want to have... Maybe it's just level. So the idea with career paths is I want the civilian jobs to lead up to like I have it described here. The idea is that every sort of job you can get, unless it's a small scale job, you know, I'm gonna have like these one-off jobs that don't partake in the career system, but like assuming they are part of the career system, if you're like a taxi driver, when you get the job first, you start out as a level 1 taxi driver. Of course, there's a requirement to get the job in the first place, which is having a driver's license. But then when you actually have the job, you'll need to attain work experience in order to get a promotion. And as you're just doing the job, delivering people, you get work experience. And when you hit the maximum here for work experience, it checks, have you met the requirements? So maybe for some jobs, it could be like, I don't know, complete X amount of tasks. Although I imagine that would maybe be captured by like just working the job and getting the experience. So let's ignore that. But maybe let's say it's more concrete things like specific licenses or whatever. That would be part of the requirement. But maybe it could also just be like have the job for a week. Maybe just, you know, the amount of time you need to have had the job. But I digress. If you meet the requirements and your experience is full, then you can go back to your recruitment office and request a promotion. And then if the promotion goes through, you level up and you get a higher pay for that job. And then eventually, at some point, as you progress through the career, there's going to be like a change. So it's going to change the way the dynamic of the job itself when you rank up in the career. And so in the case of the taxi driver, as you start as a taxi driver, you'll be doing like small time pickups and drop-offs. So you'll start in like a small area. Maybe you'll just drive around in the like metro or whatever, pick up, drop off passengers there. And then eventually, as you get promoted, they're like, oh, you can drive out of city now. You can do out of city jobs. And then you can get bigger payouts, drive longer routes. It becomes a bit more interesting. And then eventually, as you progress as a taxi driver, maybe you end up becoming like a VIP taxi driver and you can do like VIP pickups or whatever. And then eventually, when you progress through the entire taxi driver career, maybe that will unlock your ability to now become like a pilot, a private pilot or whatever. Because it, you know, one career can lead into another sort of thing. It's just, I'm just snowballing here. Like, I don't know exactly how it's going to take shape, but these are just thoughts I have. I have one other idea, which is like the delivery driver job, which could be first, you just work in a storage. So you're not even driving stuff around. You're just moving stuff onto like a moving truck or whatever. You're just moving crates around, do that enough, and then eventually they're like, well, now your requirement to get promoted is your next part is to get like a driver's license. So if you want to get promoted, you have full experience, but you can't get promoted because you don't have a driver's license yet. So you go get a driver's license, and then because you had the experience required from the storage room, you can now start being an actual delivery driver and drive around in a car with delivery goods. So that like completely changes the dynamic of that job, right? If I got your idea correctly, I wouldn't want the game job to last for a week and then change. These can be side tasks. I'm not quite sure. The idea is like the game has an in-game time, right? So like the 1 week example was like if you drive as a taxi driver and you have full experience and you're waiting for your next promotion, maybe in a requirement could be like you must have had the job for 1 in-game week. Like that's just an example, but in general the requirements for like promotions are going to be like license tied. So it could be like you need a gun license, you need a truck license, you need a boat license, a driver's license, whatever. So generally like license requirements. If you have the license, you'll then get the promotion assuming you have the correct experience. Yeah. But the time thing was just an example of how like we could move outside the scope potentially of just licenses and have it be tied to like specific in-game things. Like you must have done like at least 5 out-of-city taxi deliveries or out-of-city taxi pickups to get the promotion here. So you can't just do like inner-city pickups as a taxi driver and expect a promotion. You know, something like that. I'm just throwing out ideas, but I'm explaining sort of what the overall large-scale idea for the whole career system is. But the major point of this is I don't want it to feel like you get a job and that's it. And like you're done. When you get a job, it should feel almost like a game in and of itself. It's obviously it's not going to be as in-depth as like Euro Truck Simulator. It's not going to be as in-depth as Farming Simulator. Like this is not a simulation game in that sense. But at least it's going to have a bit more meat on the bones than like Gary's mod, which has no meat on the bones, or even like GTA 5 RP, which also sort of, I don't know the fidelity. I only played it, you know, back when it first came out, but it was like there was no sense of progression. But maybe there is now. Maybe it's a lot better now. I'm sort of scared to know exactly how good it is. But I also don't want to go around and compare myself. Gmod lives off mods. Yeah, well, it's in the name. But yeah, I think we'll see exactly what happens. I don't know. It's not a clear-cut game experience. That's the thing. The only way I can pitch this game is you arrive in Penguin Springs with a rental contract. It's up to you to figure out how to pay it. If you don't, you end up on the street, and then you'll have to manage your life that way. Yeah, I mean, you have this, and then you can imagine that you have like, oh, you need a bit more space, I think. See. Spacing. Like taxi driver could be, that's the career path, right? So you'd have the career path, which is the overarching name, and then you'd have a certain amount of career progress, which is there, and then requirements, you know, maybe there's none, and then you'd have like a rank title, inner city driver, you know, and that would define like, okay, there's your job, taxi driver, what experience you have, the requirements for promotion, your level, and what your rank title is. And then you can just collect careers like you collect Pokemon, and you level them up by working them. And that's sort of it. So, I mean, really, you know, if we're talking about like complicated systems, this is quite like a streamlined system, in my opinion. It's similar to how The Sims does it, really. You know, in The Sims, if you show up to work having met the conditions for a promotion, you get promoted. In this version, if you show up to work and fill up this experience bar and have all the requirements, you get a promotion. It's not much different. And I think it's probably a rewarding enough system. But I need to make this a scroll rect, I think. Debugging compiler magic. Why are you having to oh, 1 second. Just a second. I'm gonna be right back, guys. Hold on a little while. back. Let's look at this shit. Just gonna. Yeah, see you, First Spring Lord. Have a good one. Through here is. Looking pretty okay. Yeah, because that's the thing with the content is you need to scale this depending on the amount of stuff that's going to be in here. Pepsi? He was meowing just earlier. But he's good now. Okay, sweet. And then basically, I mean, the scale of the content, I guess, is essentially the amount of elements um I guess we can use this. Yeah, we can use that. It's gonna be the same height. Well, we only have to set one of them if we have it fill up like that, yeah. Because then if we scale that, the grid scales as well. So the height of the content. This is the career list. Career. What's the career UI manager? Right, okay, is that the job application then? No, oh, that's a career UI as in, right, the career overlays. Okay. So this would be the career statistics UI. Man. Um, Sorry, I'm just fixing a thing here. Um, so for the career statistics UI manager, we need to have the grid, which is it? What is it? Grid, like grid layout? Yeah. Which is public grid layout. Which is career statistics grid, and then we can do private float. See, the thing is, we're gonna be able to extract the height, the required height, that is, from the grid by looking at the top padding, the cell size, and the spacing. Penguin Springs, you know it. So let's think. We have anything new? Well, we're working on this career UI here, which is sort of in progress. Trying to figure out a good way to render UI for careers. Starting height, private float, or I guess padding, we call it. Padding. So we need the robber penguin career. So we'd have the padding is by default, and then you'd have basically vertical per career. Because I think if this like career grid here becomes smaller, it doesn't change the fact that the scroll rect is any different. So we have that, and then we can do private void start, which is the padding equals how do you get the cell layout dot no how do you get the padding? The M padding. Okay, so it's hidden. Cell gap, cell size, cell swizzle. What the fuck is swizzle? The layout of the cells. Yeah, that's an enum. Grid layout group. Is that what is wrong? Grid layout group. Ah, yes, Humane UI is doing all that. Ah. Guys, go check out Humane UI. Padding is not hidden, by the way. I was wrong. I was using grid layout when I was supposed to use grid layout group. My bad. Vertical per career equals spacing dot y plus. I was supposed to use Humane UI. All my homies use Humane UI. Okay, and then we can do private float current height, so we can cache that, and private. I think we're probably good with that. We just cache the height, and then we just need to see. Well, we have private int rendered careers. I mean, we could do this event based, but I think just comparing an integer is generally quite fine. If is there like a count or something? Child alignment. I just want to see the amount of get children in grid layout group. Ah, yes. Glad to hear you're excited. You have to access it through the transform. Okay, well, we can just cache that as well then. I don't think you need to. I think since Unity 6, they started caching like get components apparently, so it's not even that slow anymore. So I think just yeah, just rebuild on amount of, because it doesn't automatically, the grid doesn't automatically resize to fit the contents within the grid. Hey, glad to hear it, Gunhasis. Appreciate it, dude. Is there on transform children changed? Careers on tran. Where's the on transform children changed? Oh, so you have to make it. Okay, yeah, well then screw that. I don't need that. I'll just read the child count for now and leave it at that. I don't want to have another component sitting on the grid. I want to have it like in a single class. Yeah, it's sitting on the top level like manager. I think one of the things I hate is jumping script to script for like a single method where it's like you could have just put this in the, you know, upper level class. You don't have to make a separate, but it's like, well, you need to have a separation of concerns for all your classes. They have to do separate things. But that's, I mean, that's also object-oriented bullshit, you know? Yeah. I don't know. It feels like an auto resizing grid though should be like kind of an obvious thing to have, but they just don't. So you have to do it yourself. But it's the anchored position. I need to access this. M size delta, right? Yeah. Yeah, it becomes a lot of variables when you're dealing with UI. But I mean it's sort of like, I mean, UI is sort of cascading by design. Like it's all about hierarchies in UI, whether you're talking about overlay or like responsibilities and everything. It's very hierarchical, far more than like a game. All right, it's a struct, so you have to and then we need to set it as well. But we shouldn't be setting that one. We should be setting this one. Right. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, fuck that. I prefer nesting for that one. I think that should be good. Render careers. We'll see. I mean, if I just run this, we can see how it looks. I don't know. It's just all these sort of concerns you have shows like how little I relate to any sort of concerns or complaints that anyone has with UI. Because for me, I've just never cared about UI at all. But maybe I should care about it more. I don't know. It's never been I just get it over and done with, and then bye bye. I try not to delve too deep in it. My UI looks like shit. Yeah, it's available on the Apple smartphone and iPhone. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's the thing. It is probably, and I mean, I don't think I've ever done like a UI heavy project where I don't do any fancy animations or I don't do any fancy triggered events, and like I do like grids occasionally. That's as advanced as I'll go. And then like lerping UI canvases in and out, sort of like on not canvases but like rects in and out of the screen, and that's about it. So I don't like have any grievances, but I also don't know the you know how it could be. He moves because he's triggered by my voice. He does a little shake and a shimmy when I speak. Just like in real life. Though it's been here for about a year now. We've had the feature of the speaking corngwin for about a year. Give or take. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Well, of course it's not scrolling, but you know, you get the idea. It's at least... Maybe we can move the grid up. Yeah, that's clean. That's clean. Oh, thanks for downloading it, dude. Appreciate it, Ice Gamer. Right, sweet. So we can add careers now. We just need to... Oh, you can't? Oh, man, that sucks, dude. You need to just get an Apple smartphone, iPhone N. Yeah, I've heard the performance is horrible, but I guess also it's like because my UI is generally static, it's also generally okay. Isn't it like the big performance hits is when it's rebuilding the UI when you change things, right? Because it has to redraw the entire canvas or whatever. Ah, when I had an Apple door giveaway, you just missed it, Red Gaming. I'm sorry. We just had the door giveaway. When I had an Apple mobile, I will download it. Even I am from Germany. Ah, genau. Sehr gut. I mean, I get like these stutters. I get stutters on Mac OS from rebuilding the canvas. I don't get them on Windows. And I get them even when I'm not changing anything in the canvas, which is kind of weird. But that's only in the editor. In the actual build, it's smooth like butter, so... You know, what do I know? No, I get it. I don't think... I wouldn't imagine it's the biggest reason, but... I don't know. I mean, I hear it a lot, people talking about poor performance of the UI, but as far as I understood it, it's mainly when you're modifying the UI on the fly and doing a bunch of UI modifications all the time, which I guess, you know, with the amount of juice, as people like to call it in gaming, that probably is a common occurrence, that people are just overly animating their UIs and stuff, which is counter to the implementation of Unity's UI. When I would have my own PC, could I download it there? Yeah, of course. By the way, I hate juice as a gaming term. I just have to get that out there. Any game dev who unironically uses the word juice and game loop in the same sentence. Yeah, layout rebuilds. Yeah. Okay. Well, the word juice basically what it means is like ADHD brain features added to your game. Like you squish things and you stretch things and you add particle effects and you add a bunch of sound effects to keep the ADHD brain interested. No, but I mean, really, it's all about, like, you know, action and reaction. I mean, that's what it's really about. I mean, it's a reasonable thing. It's just the word itself is such a buzzword amongst game developers, specifically amateur game developers and now game designers. And it's like, dude. And especially you go on like Unity forums or whatever, and it's like, your game needs a bit more juice. All right, buddy. All right. Wait, you guys haven't heard about Jews? This is a juicified game. Let's see here. Have a basic shooter. Add in an animation. Lower time. Okay, this is bullshit. This is the worst. This is probably more like it. Let me show you. Let me show you. Here you can see this is what they call juice. look at the amount of shit going on the screen. The screen shakes. Bam! Like, you know, fucking shaders blowing across the screen. It's like, wow, because it's not enough to get a goal. You have to have like this friggin' atomic bomb, nuclear explosion added to your Pong game. Otherwise, it's not juiced enough. And then you need like these particle effects for every single time you hit the ball, and it's like, and this is called juice, and it's popular in game development circles. You know, it's a style over substance sort of thing, where you can, you know, you can make a basic game that generally has like, you know, screen shakes. Look at this, look at this. He's juiced the heck out of Breakout. It's like every single time it hits a brick, it shakes, and then there's particle effects and explosions. It's like, oh, this is so boring. Look at this. But I mean, the thing is, the game is the same. The game is the same. You haven't changed the gameplay. The game can be like this shitty ass, and now he's made the camera move along with the players because it's a bit more motion. It's like, oh, more shit's going on than two players moving a ball across like Pong style, you know? Now there's like, oh shit, particle effects. But yeah, it's very much, you know, this, yeah, style over substance kind of thing. So this is what juice is, and then you get people talking about juice in game loops. Speaking of game loops, 3 basic skills for game juice in Unity. Loops. See, I told you. The same people who talk about game juice are the ones talking about gameplay loops. Which, you know, it's like both of these things make sense, right? They're both reasonable concepts, but it's just, you know, it just annoys me when people throw around buzzwords and acting as if by knowing the buzzword they're somehow competent in what they're doing. And it's the same thing with, you know, CEOs throwing around the word blockchain, and it's like, because I know the word blockchain, it means I'm now, you know, a good fucking crypto investor or whatever. Yeah, just farm money with the juiced games. I don't know. At the end of the day, I just don't care. I don't care. I like to get worked up over things that don't actually matter. It's just a meme. Just a meme. Right. Okay. So we need to have. Do you have an own plushie? Yes, I do. I have a couple plushies. Penguinized plushie. Been a couple. Let's see. There's been 5 penguinized plushies in total. Penguinized, juiced. Yeah, we actually did add some. There's here's the thing. What previous developers would just call particle effects, or I don't know, just I don't know, design, people call juice. So like the fact that the screen flashes when you get detected, that's juice. The fact that there's like an exclamation mark appearing above the enemy in like Metal Gear Solid, that's juice. Uh, the fact that there's hit markers when you shoot someone in like Call of Duty, that's juice. So really just feedback, right? Um, and so you have game feel. Well, I guess you juice in sort of has an impression on game feel, but I don't think juice and game feel are one and the same. I don't think they're replaceable necessarily. Um, like game feel would be how the character controller moves around and how the aiming goes and whatever. Well, that's the thing. It's like I don't think it's not about the term juice has been used to describe as a catch-all for feedback, but it's leaning more so towards the ADHD VFX. So like people think, oh, everything needs feedback, and not only does it need a feedback, it needs feedback amped up to 10. So like insane camera movements, insane explosive particle effects, insane sound effects. Every single action has to have a reaction, and not just a reaction, but an exaggerated reaction. So if your character lands on the ground, he has to get squished together. And then when he jumps, he has to like get squished together in the air. And it's like squish, pull, stretch, like everything turn up to 11. That's sort of what the term juice has been used to describe in game development. And yeah, I don't know. People spend a lot of time making overly juiced UIs and stuff when in reality, like the actual game might not be too much. Like if you want to look at a game that's insanely little juice, would be something like Stardew Valley. Like there's barely any there, and that's a fantastic, amazing game. And of course, take any game from the 90s and there's like zero juice, like Fallout. Name any amount of juice in that game, there's none. Like there's this splat of blood when you kill an enemy. Minecraft, yeah. Minecraft has barely no juice. Like I would say that when you hit the block and it explodes, that would be fall within the category of juice, but it's not really not getting there. What are you doing on stream today, or just asking questions? Well, I'm working on a career UI right now. I'm just yapping a bit too much. But you can ask questions if you want. See here. Um, balls. Hell yeah. So title. I don't know what happened. I think someone changed it, I guess. I don't know. So, and then slider also public slider. Okay, so we'd have these. Let's think. Right, so that one, and then we can have the public game object. Career UI prefab. If I think we'll just make this a list actually. Private and protected. Protected can still be accessed by child classes, so any inheriting class can still access it, but if it's private, they can't. Let's see here. Career. That's no problem. Are you studying software dev or something? What YouTuber was your idol as a child? Robert Benfer. I would probably say I watched the most as a kid. The guy who made Clay World. He's kind of a weird guy. Kind of a funny guy. Yeah, I was asking if you were studying computer, like software engineer or something. All right, sweet. Nice. Mm, wait, so let's try this macro here. Yank to the beginning of line. And then I think we can just paste, I guess. Right, Y yank and then we'll do 4. Hell yeah. Not that I needed to do this, I just wanted to try. Right. Oh, okay, sorry. This one is rank title. Oh, you're doing Unity. Okay, sweet. I've never watched a single German YouTuber, no. Maybe someone has snuck by, but actually I think we should do this. We can just delete this and then career UI object dot assign career, and we assign it the career I. Oh, the career, I mean. And then we can just paste that. Oops. Oh. Rank title. And Oh. Never seen anyone like the fat cursor for death. Yeah, the fat cursor is I'm trying to learn Vim motions, so ja, ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Muss ich etwas sagen? Oder ich habe ein bisschen Deutsch in Duolingo gelernt. Sounds like someone from history already. Yeah. Also, ich kann Deutsch sprechen. Ich bin Deutscher. Ja, genau. Sehr gut. Ich habe 425 Tage Streak auf Duolingo. Ah, okay. They teach Danish in Iceland, yeah. But they speak Icelandic, which I also taught myself. I moved here 2017, so that shit. But why Iceland? I don't know, man. I just something appealing about it. I don't think there was any. I'm not Danish, no. Well, my bad. Thought you were. Yeah, I wasn't. Good guess, though. Good guess. It's Penguin GTA. It's about Penguin GTA. Und da Sie Deutsch verstehen und auch sprechen können, gehe ich davon aus, dass Sie Deutscher sind. Ja, aber ich komme aus Island. Island, denke ich. Ja, ich komme aus Island. Oder ich komme aus Schweden und wohne in Island. Island. Ja, genau. Iceland. Ich verstehe. Ja, danke. Okay. Let's see. So we read the careers, we update. Okay, sweet. When is it being launched for public? Unsure. Yeah, I need to check that out. I like Germany. I've been there many times. More times than I can count. Been all over the country, mostly in Bavaria though, but that's just because I love Bavaria. I've been I was in Mosel and Rheinfluss last year, and also by the border to Austria. I also went to Hamburg because I went to a concert there, and then I did a little road trip south of there. I have friends over living in Ulm. I've been in Karlsruhe as well. Yeah, I've been there. I've been to a show slightly outside Karlsruhe, I think. Let me see. Let me see. Right. Yeah, I've been to Heidelberg many times. I've been to Speyer as well. Ludwigsburg. I've been Stuttgart. I visited, so I probably drove through Karlsruhe, honestly. But yeah, I went to Stuttgart last year. Yeah, I've been to Koblenz. Koblenz, I went to a show. Mainz, I also been in a show. Well, I in Frankfurt, I went to. I know I've landed with an airplane there, but I'm not a big fan of Frankfurt. I don't like it that much. Ulm, yeah, I mean this area is very Lake Constance I've been to. Füssen I went to. It's beautiful, Füssen. But I went down here, Oberstdorf. I think it's the southernmost city in Germany. This is the southernmost point of Germany. Yeah, the southernmost town of Germany, Oberstdorf. I went there. I think I stayed a little bit outside of it. Or actually, I think I stayed in it. It was a nice place. Ah, shit, okay. I don't think I've been in Oldenburg. Let me see. I've been to Bremen, but I haven't been so much in this area. I think I stayed in Leer on the way to Amsterdam. I think I stayed there in a hotel. But I don't think I've been to Oldenburg. No. See, okay, I think it's pretty good now. Just need to hook this up to events of setting stuff on and off. So the back button here. And the career button. Yeah, of course. I mean, I like that part of Germany, honestly, the northern part. It's quite nice. I think generally there's one place I've stayed in so many times, which is in North Germany. And really, I mean, it is a bit of a almost like border city, but it's this one, Burgau Fährmann. This one's really cozy. But it's like you take the ferry over from Denmark and it's literally just here. Most people who go to Germany from like Denmark or Sweden just go there to buy alcohol and then turn back. But I wouldn't be surprised if Oldenburg probably has a similar vibe, albeit definitely larger, you know. But I feel like most northern German towns, like small towns, are quite like small and cozy. Almost a bit more Danish inspired, or I guess vice versa, you know. But similar to like smaller Danish towns. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's sort of like that's why people go there. That's another part of it. That's another part of it. But one thing I love about Germany is the Greek food. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I want to like East Germany more, but it's like my general experience with East Germany has not been all too impressive, and I think it's in part, you know, I mean they still really haven't recovered from the sort of, I guess, east-west separation. You can sort of feel there's like an energy, a vibe there that's different from the west. But I was in right by Berlin. I was in this place. I forget what it's called, but it's really something with witches. I don't know. When I'm in Germany, I like just renting a car and just driving. And then, you know, when I'm like, oh, time to book a hotel for the day, and then I just find something and just stay there. That's my favorite way to travel Germany. I don't want to know where I'm going. But I forget what this place was called. Vedelberg, that's what it's called. Or Quedlinburg. Could that be it? It's quite a bit away from. I could be. It was probably this. This was quite beautiful, and we stayed in a place that was slightly outside of it, like something like this, in like this old castle hotel. But it's like that kind of, you know, spontaneous, oh, let's just find a hotel and stay. That culture doesn't really exist in like, you know, Iceland or Sweden either. It's sort of like, if you're going to go for a trip, you're going to plan ahead and you're going to plan well. But you go to Germany and every single village has like a family run hotel. It's so many hotels. I just really like that. Where's Flensgard? Is that another border city? I guess generally the Gard are border cities because, you know, Guard. Utgard. Hey, I think this should work. If I assign myself to the taxi job now, let's see if it shows up in the career UI. Because if so, we have a pretty good base because all the jobs are just struct, so we can just be serialized, so we can just save the progress of the jobs very easily. Ah, you're from Austria. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've been that's as much of a beatbox you're gonna get from me. Sorry, I didn't know you guys wanted to hear my kick-ass beatboxes. I've been to Austria as well. And there I stayed by this amazing place that I don't remember the name of. But it was this tiny ass lake town with a church and like this little shrine you could walk to up on a hill. And there I had the craziest experience where I ordered a Coke at the hotel and then the Coke lost its color while I was sitting there eating my food. That was very strange. But I had the best Apfelstrudel I've ever had in my life at that hotel. Greetings, Legionary. Fancy some rubber tacos? Okay. Careers. No careers right now. Not strange. Do you ever do a face reveal? Yeah, I do it once every day at the start of the stream. I do a face reveal. Okay, let's go get the taxi job, and we're gonna see if it shows up in our career. Shit. What's it doing down there? I mean, it's being added, but what's it doing down there? Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Oh, it's not being added to the grid. Yeah, I'll do a face reveal for $500, guys. Trust me. Oh, it's the grid. Okay. Kill myself. By the way, guys, we're doing a 50% off on face reveals, so $250 only today for a face reveal. Very cheap. You guys thought $500 was a steal? Yeah, $250 for a face reveal. Today only.
This is Mr. Penguin. Is depressed.
Legionarics just subscribed.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sum to discover the man behind the beacon corn.
Yeah, that's true. Buy now if you can. Limited supply only. Okay. Sign that job contract. Thank you so much for the subscription. We really appreciate it. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, it needs a little bit more integration with the title, but yeah, Legionary gifted 1 million subs. So I'm level 1 taxi driver. I don't know if I end up getting any benefits. If I get experience, maybe I get experience. Arr! You guys watched Drive? This game's just like that. Could you crash your car? I could, but I don't because I'm the best driver in town. I'm a responsible taxi driver. Sorry, sir. I'm just trying to get you to your location fast as possible. Okay, so the thing is, when I get out now, technically I should have been getting experience in my career as a taxi driver, but it's not rendering. And we're doing read careers. I don't know if this is taken as a reference or not. Like assign career. I just want if I can run this in update. The scorpion jacket? Hell yeah. Ah shit. Like you see, this is not reading any new stats. This game is about jobs. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not changing anything. Yeah, okay, I have an idea how to do this. I think the problem is these are scriptable objects, so I just need to externalize the internals here as a struct, which I didn't do. I'll just externalize that as a struct. And then it should be quite nice to edit it. And then I can store a reference to that struct as opposed to making a copy of it. Okay, well, I think we're over with the stream for today. I feel like it's been going well. We've had some good amount of viewership, good amount of engagement here. I think it's because my penguin is speaking now, because he's bouncing when I speak. I think that's the amount of juice I needed to add. Maybe I should add some particle effects where I squirt like white stuff as well. I think that's maybe speaking to the sensibility of the modern day zoomer. But we'll see. Anyway, y'all have a good rest of your day. And yeah, make sure you follow, subscribe, like, drop a comment, leave a sub. $250 for the face reveal. Keep that in mind. Offer standing until midnight tonight. Anyway, y'all have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you all tomorrow.